And what's up, chat? It is the final hour. Nothing left standing but 2 chess players. Will you rise to the challenge? Or crumble as all of your pieces fall? This is chess. What's up, chat? Oh my goodness, what is up? Today is Tuesday. Another day that we're gonna be playing some chess, doing some puzzles, doing all that kind of stuff. I've had my coffee, I've had my breakfast, I've hopefully not pulled my hair out. And we're ready to go. We're ready to get some puzzles, play some games, have all sorts of kinds of fun. Okay, because, you know, it's good old-fashioned chess. The best game ever made. Still alive today, despite all the anal bead allegations. For the record, that would be a pretty cool variant, would it be? Where you have it's like blindfold chess, but instead of blindfolded, you play with anal beads and you send your move to your opponent by pressing, like you have a button and you press it, and you're both sitting in different rooms. That'd be a pretty cool variant, I think. It's like blindfold chess, but with anal beads. That'd be pretty cool. Well, you know, before I do some puzzles, how about we just, could just get started with the, you know, bullet arena. Just like randomly play some bullet. I don't know why they play here. I'm pretty sure there's like a variation that I'm missing, but it doesn't matter. Oh, I could have taken this like a while ago. Okay. Oh, no, obviously. I could have taken with the knight. What am I thinking? No. Ah! That was close. Oh no, there goes... Uh-oh. Okay, never mind. Problem avoided. Let's go. Your football make it over the mountain. Always got to hit it like that, sis. Yeah. What's up, Rico? Did did my football make it over the mountain? It did. It definitely did. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, that knight you could have got a pawn. Nice. Nice. Oh no, I could have. Nice. Nice. Oops. Ah! Haha, nice one. Ah! That was close. I can't believe I like almost gave it. I mean, it wasn't close, but close for me, like blundering, being sloppy. Nice. We take those. Uh-oh. Yikes. Oops. Whoops. Oh no, there goes my knight. Good game. Good play. Good play. Nice. This is like some Silent Hill version of Pokemon. This is like what it sounds like. A total Silent Hill. Oh no! Oh, never mind, my bishop's there. Okay. Nice. Coffee. Hey, what's up, Sacco JSac? Sacco JSac. Sorry, I was gone to get more coffee. We're playing some crazy bullet today. For now. Then we're gonna do some puzzles. Then we're gonna play some rapid games. I'm feeling good. Yeah, it has been a long time, Satko Chasek. In quite a while. Just timing people out. See? Take all the time to think, you know? Take your time. It's fine. You can just take your time, you know? Relax. Sing a song. You know, it's good to think about your position long and hard, you know? You really want to analyze correctly. You really don't want to make the wrong move like I did, now do you? Yeah, you want to really take your time. You know, maybe write a sonnet. You write a few sonnets. Obviously, I don't want to blunder, but if, you know, make the best out of it. At least complicate the position. Aha! Simplify the position also works. Making faster moves. Nice. Checkmate. Scangy. Scan lines. Take your time. Go ahead. Okay. Okay. Thanks. Thanks for making it easy for me. Hi, what's up, Red Rum?
Red rum, red rum.
My opponent writing a few sonnets. You know, I appreciate, you know, a chess player who, you know, enjoys the arts. You know, it's really kind of, you know, progressive. You know, so I understand why, you know. Nice. Oh no! I forgot about that. There's a bishop there. There's a bishop there. Ah! There's not a pawn there anymore. There's not a pawn there anymore at all. Oh no. Okay. This is not good. Not good at all. My bad. Oh no! That was a mistake. I don't know why I did that. That wasn't terribly accurate either. It's okay. You don't have to be accurate as fucking Blitz and Bullet. Okay, well now that's very accurate. Also accurate. Nice. Just give me all your pieces, it's fine. I'm okay with it. Good game. Oh, I should have played C. Oh no! Oh, never mind, it's fine. Queen's there. No. What is this? Nice. It's still a pawn, so I win. It's not a draw. Oops. That's a no-no. Well, I still got central pawns. But... oh, there's some random Metroid music. It's crazy. Ah! That was a mistake. Whoops. There we go. Whoops, there goes my knight. Forgot to bring the rook. No, there goes my rook. Oh no! I should have taken. What am I thinking? Well, at least my opponent's thinking. It's a good thing my opponent's thinking. You know, because you don't want to play inaccurate chess. Like I do. Yeah, inaccurate, quote unquote. I'm on a roll today. we go. You're too big to fail. You're too big to fail. Okay. Oh, I should have taken the pawn. What am I thinking? What? There we go. How we do it. That's how they do it. What am I thinking? Thanks for the bishop. Jeez, thanks for all the material. Oops, no, I don't have enough. Uh-oh, this is gonna be dicey. Slicey and dicey. Well, rip. Our advantage is gone. It's okay. Well then. Nice. Nice. Thank you for taking your time to think. Oops. Whoops. Hey, how was it going? What's up, Zap? Welcome back. Playing some Bullet right now. We're gonna do some chess puzzles. Then we're gonna play some rapid games. If you want to play, let me know. Uh-oh. What? What am I thinking? What? Well, rip. Oh no. Ah! No! I fell for that trap. Oh my god. Oh no! You didn't take my queen. Okay. You didn't take it. Okay. Ah! Oh no, what am I doing? Goodbye, my queen. Shaking my head, my queen. Shaking my head, my head. Shaking my head, my head. I don't know why people say SMH my head. Like, why do you say it twice? I don't get it. Is there like a reason why people do that? Like, they say shaking my head, my head. Like what? It's redundant? Oh, it's the joke? They say shaking my head, my head. Are they doing it on purpose? Like, or are they just daft? Ooh, Sonic Spinball. Sonic Boom. Sonic Boom. Shaking my head is just a funny Twitch phrase. It's not just Twitch, it's like all of it, it's like Facebook and everywhere. Twitch isn't the only social media. Not everything is just a Twitch thing. It's just like an internet thing. Internet's been around for like a while. It's like the 80s. There's actually memes from like the 80s. People that only boomers would understand, I guess. Well, Gen Xers, I guess. This is a draw. Oh no! Haha! Giving me all the advantage. All the advantage. All the advantage. Do it.
Do it.
Can't stay super long. I'm good. It's fine. Don't stay super long if you can't. It's just Twitch. Don't ruin your life on my account. It's already, you know, I'm trying to change my life. Doesn't mean everybody has to, like, you know, constantly be, you know, grinding to be a successful person as I can. The thing is like me, I'm grinding to try to be successful because I can't be the normal kind of successful. So that's why I'm trying to grind the super omega lol success. That's why I'm trying, because it's either that or I can't really make it in the world. So it's like I kind of have to go for the super grindy mega success. Or it's just not gonna really work out for me. Oops. I'm gonna try though to do the normal way, but it's just like not at the expense of like, I don't know. Oof. That was actually close. Would have been a draw. Chess Gremlin. It's not just chess. It's not just about chess. It was never just about chess. It's not just about Twitch. It's also not just about content creation. It's about life in general. Nothing exists in a vacuum, you know? That rook does, though. Oh, and you see what you're doing now? Oh, you resigned. You didn't even try to time me out. Nice. Bingus? Rebby? My name's Rebecca. Are you making fun of me? I mean, they're a copycat. Hopefully not a copycat killer. Oh no. I think I just trapped your queen. Oh, never mind. Still trapped your queen. And now I got your bishop. No, I didn't trap your queen. Okay, I see what's going on here. It's fine though. Oh, I could have pushed. Now I can't. Oh, it's fine anyway. You started playing chess today? That's awesome! Learn basic opening principles. I can teach you a few things before you go, Ellie. Like, I know that you don't have much time. I can show you a few things. If you have an account on leechess.org, I can invite you to a study. And I can show you, and also that, like, that alone is like a good lesson right there, is just being able to use the Leechess studies. I'm gonna show you a little bit of what I know. Oops. Yeah, don't do stuff like that. Could have just taken. So let me make a study. New study. Ellie's study. I'm gonna take off the computer analysis. And I clear the board. I think the best concept is trying to show you a rook ending. So I'm gonna probably a good way to start. I'm gonna add you as a member. What's your okay, it's really easy to set up a Leechess username. You can make an account really easy. Let me just do a. You go to elitechess.org. You go to sign in. You can just register, and you just have a username, password, email. And then you just agree. No time receive assistance during my games. Agree that I will always be nice to other players. Agree that I will not create multiple accounts. There is a reason stated in terms of service. Creating an account. Wait. Multiple accounts. Having more than one account is not allowed, barring specific circumstances. For example, title players are automatically entitled for one public account for playing certain prize events hosted either by Elite Chess, another tournament organizer, and one private account for casual play online that will be displaying their titles while still displaying their title status. Untitled players can create a second account for similar reasons, with some examples including having a private account to hide opening preparation, playing blindfold games, or playing games with any other self-imposed impairment. Creating an excessive number of accounts, typically any more than 3, will generally not be allowed regardless of reasons. Creating and closing multiple accounts will also be treated as contributing to this maximum number. As with all the other rules, the specific circumstances where multiple accounts are allowed remain at Elite Chess's discretion. Yeah. It's pretty easy to make an account. But if I can show you right here if you just want to hang out, and I can just show you a few things. So there's a concept in chess called opposition. And this is probably the key factor to understanding the game. If you need, first you need to know all the rules of the pieces. If it's white to move, I can't play in front of the king, and there's a reason why. You can say simply that you can never put the king in front of the other king, but the reason why is because it's a rule. There is a rule that says that you can never put your king into check. And so if you were to put your king next to another king, technically if you were allowed to do that, let's say we got rid of the rule for a second. Let's say there was no rules, you could just put your king here. Well, then you could just capture the king. So you can't put yourself into check. You'd basically be putting yourself into check against the king. So that's the reason why you can never put the king next to each other. It's a really important rule, because the king protects every single square around it. And so when you're moving the king, it's really important to understand that king is actually really powerful in the endgame. However, white is up an entire rook. So this is way more powerful than black, because black only has a king. Now if black also had a rook, that'd be a different story. But that's for another day. So right now, it's really important to understand that the king can't move forward at all. And in your thought process, when you're trying to figure out, how do I checkmate my opponent's king? Well, you can't checkmate with just a king and a rook in the center of the board. That's not impossible. For example, if I try to checkmate and you stay, let's say I just move the piece, you stay in the center, you're going to be able to escape somehow. If I keep checking, you're just gonna, if you just have the rook alone, you can never get checkmate with just the rook alone, because you're always going to have an escape square. Eventually it's going to be 50 moves, which is a 50 move rule in chess, which it's important to know these things because you need to put these into your calculation. If you keep the king here and you never move it again, and all you do is just keep checking, eventually your opponent's gonna be able to basically play 50 entire moves, which here's one move. This is a half. This is one half of a move, and then this is that's a full move. So a move counts as one move for white and one move for black. So that's because each move is a half of a move. See, as long as you're just trying to checkmate with the rook, it's never going to work because you have so many different escape squares, right? So it's important that you kind of understand that now the kings are in a different kind of position. This is like a knight's move away, right? The knight moves like in an L shape. 1, 2, and then 1. 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 So it's really important to understand that. So if I play like a move like this, it bars off the king's escape route. there's only 3 moves that you can play because the king's guarding those 2. And these 3 are barred off from the rook. So you only have 3. You want to generally in the end game keep your king in the center. However, if you move your king in the center in this case, you put it in this what's called king opposition again. And so what you do is you move the rook forward, and now there's no way you can stay in the center. So you have to move back. And if I move into opposition again, you notice that it's black to move now. So if you move into opposition, your opponent is allowed to get out of opposition. So what you want to do is you want to move into a position where your opponent can potentially put themselves in opposition. But black is not, I mean, in this case, I can't do anything because if I check, you're just going to capture and it's going to be a draw. So I have to make a waiting move, and then black can get out of opposition again. Opposition, you just keep chasing after the rook. But fortunately for white, you can just move the rook over. If you move again, now black is forced to put themselves into opposition. So when you put yourself in opposition, you have this same pattern with the rook. This applies to the queen as well, but the queen has additional guarding squares. So now you have to move back again. And so, you do the same thing. You chase after the rook, but it's never going to work because all you have to do is run away. So you run away and then waiting move, and, you just keep doing this. Waiting move. Oh, that's a draw. That's actually 50 move rule now. Like it won't let me move anymore. So in this case, because I made too many moves, it won't let me finish the example. How about we, in order to finish this out, let me just delete these. And then that's checkmate. Because you notice the rook is guarding these squares, and the king is guarding these 3 squares. So it's really important to understand that. Because you have to understand that, the whole idea of chess is that you're cutting off escape squares. Especially for the king, to checkmate the king. You're cutting off escape squares, and you're using your pieces together. That's the number 1 most important rule in chess, is that you can't do anything with one piece on your own. You play a game like Valorant or League of Legends, which are team games, it's just like chess. It's just like chess. You can never, unless you have some insane high difference of level compared to your opponents. If you're a super professional level player, and you're playing against iron level players, you can probably win 1v5. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about equally skilled opponents. You can never win a 2v1, for example, unless you get really lucky or if your opponent makes a mistake. And that's really important to remember, because in chess, if everything else is equal, then the only way to have an advantage is if your opponent makes a mistake. And its mistakes can be really bad, which we call a blunder, or they can be just an inaccuracy. They can be called a blunder, a mistake, and we mark. If I'm just gonna put this here, for example. For example, this would be, you would mark this with 2 question marks. So you see that's a blunder with 2 question marks, because you give your opponent a draw, because you can never checkmate your opponent's king with just a king. So this would be called a blunder. Now we have accurate moves or good moves. This would be, I would say it's not a brilliant move. Brilliant move is reserved for something that's really hard to see or whatever. We just use an exclamation point if it's a really good move. This is a really good move because it pushes the king closer to the edge of the board, because the king is guarding these 3 squares, right? So you're obviously going to go close, and this would also be a good move, even though it's important to remember this also. Even though black is losing, there's still a best move in every scenario. So this is considered a good move because it's forcing white to move the rook. That's the best move in the scenario, even though black is completely losing here. So you move the rook away, and then it's like, well, now what am I going to do? Well, okay. You know, I'm going to chase after the rook again. So, you know, like I said before, you just teleport the rook all the way across the board. If you play a waiting move, you can do this again. You know, we can show this like it's you can never show things too much. You know, then you get this opposition again. It's the same pattern. So it's really important to understand that in chess you can never just do anything with one on your own. If I do another chapter, let's do another chapter from the beginning of the game. So it's important, like, if I were to play with just a knight, for example, like obviously this would be a bad move because I would just take the pawn. Let's say black does play that. Okay, but now the knight's over here, and you notice that it's really dangerous over here. This is like Lord of the Rings, or like, you know, like Lord of the Rings, or like you know, when, you know, I don't want to give any spoilers. So it's like you're out there, and there's nothing else here. It's just the knight. So here's what, you know, black definitely, I don't know if, yeah, obviously giving away a pawn for free, not ideal, but I'm just going to try to show this concept. This knight without any support from the supporting pieces. So if, you know, this pawn comes out, now suddenly black starts using the pieces together. Okay, you come out, and then black's gonna, like, you know, okay, well now I'm just gonna get my knight out, guarding the center. And you know, white's just gonna keep using this knight because white really likes their knight. White really likes knights. You know, like really wants to just keep moving the knight over and over. I'm gonna win the game with just the knight, is what white says. Well then, you bring out the other knight. So now, you know, black is playing as a team. You know, you're guarding these two squares. Okay, I'm gonna move the knight again because I want to. Okay, well now I'm gonna attack the knight with the bishop. Oh no, my knight's under attack. I better move again. Okay, and you know, black isn't even gonna attack the knight unless there's an opportunity. Like, cool. In this position, I get to bring the bishop out to help my other pieces. But not only that, I'm putting pressure on this knight. So you bring it out, and it's a free move. You get what's called tempo. You know, you're getting a free move. Because not only are you getting your bishop out, which is already good enough, but it's also attacking the knight. So now white has to either escape or protect the knight. So, you know, in this situation, white just really likes moving the knight. And so okay, let me just get this bishop out now. And not only that, black can now castle on the king side. Because, you know, castling rules, you have to have both squares, or in the queen side case, all three squares, open. So, and you can't be in check. And you can't, and in the process of moving your king over two squares, and then putting the rook directly in front of it, which for queenside castling, it would be two squares, and then put the, you know, it's good. It's important to understand that. And then, you know, maybe white's just gonna like say, okay, well, I'm gonna bait you, you know, take this. You know, obviously in this situation, it would be very good for black to take this, but just to show this example of teamwork, I'm gonna bring the queen in, is what black says. And I just want to show you castling as well. And then white says, oh, cool, my opponent made a mistake. I was giving you my knight. I was trying to trick you. Okay, so now I'm gonna move my knight back where it's safe, you know? Well, now black can protect their king. You know? And the way you think of castling, because some people say, oh, you know, you castle kingside, you move your king over here. Basically, the way to think about it is you move your king over 1, 2, and then the rook goes on the other side. So if you castle kingside, 1, 2, it's a king move, so remember, make sure to touch the king first. It's not a rook move. In lead chess and stuff, you can just actually click onto the rook, but it's important to understand the concept, because if you're playing different variants, which we're not going to get into right now, like chess 960, which is like Fischer random, chess 960, you can start with a random a random starting position for the pieces, and it allows castling. It's different than what's called shuffle chess. Shuffle chess doesn't allow castling, but chess 960, invented by Bobby Fischer, a mentally ill chess player who took the chess world by storm in like the 60s. And fought up against the Soviet Russians. The way to think about it is that it's a king move, because if you just, no matter what, you're moving your king to these 2 squares. It's a king move that allows you to move 2 squares, is the way to think about castling. So if you're going to castle queenside, and you see the queenside, otherwise known as the D file, if you castle queenside, well, then you move over to C8 or C1. If you're playing white, you move over to C1. If you're playing black, you move over to C8. And then it puts the rook directly in front of it, onto the D file. If you castle kingside, you move over 2 squares to the G file, G1 or G8, depending on which side you're playing. So you move over to 2 squares, and it puts your rook on the F file. And it's important to remember, like, the destination square is what matters for castling. So I'm just going to castle kingside. It's a really safe decision. It's faster, because you notice that black could have castled right here. It is faster because, you have to have no pieces in the way. You also, if I made a move like this, and then let's say white played here again, and then I moved back, and then he moved here again, well, now I can no longer castle. It's not a legal move. And the reason why is because you can't move your king or the rook that you're castling to at all. It has to be a one and done. You can't move the pieces. So if your rook's under attack or something, and then you move your rook, and then you move it back, well, now you still can't castle that side. You can still castle this side because you haven't moved your king. So if you moved here, well, then now you can still castle queenside. But unless you move your rook again, and then you move it back, well, now you can no longer castle. It's no longer an option. So the king can only move 1 square from then. So if you notice here, look how many pieces, and then maybe, I wish I could just go right back there. Let me just do a few moves. Okay, I gotta go. Okay, here we go. Oh, God. Okay, so now we have this position. Black kind of only is missing a pawn in this situation because of the example we gave. So technically white's up material. White has every single piece, right? But they're all in the starting square. They're all at the very beginning. There's no control over the center, which are the most important squares, and then the squares around the center. This is considered the center. And meanwhile, white's guarding these 2 squares, these 2 squares, these squares. Like, everything is guarded. The bishop and the queen are on the same diagonal attacking the king side. Then, everything's active. Your rooks are connected. Basically, you could just start doing, like, really, even like, okay, maybe now white's gonna start doing stuff. But you can even just be super slow about this. Okay, now your knight's under attack. You see, like there's a huge attack, and everything's supported. It's not just a pawn on its own, right? So now everything's supported. So now you have to move the knight. Oh no! But now there's this pawn that's like pushed way forward, and it's defended twice. So maybe like, okay, well, what else am I gonna do here? Maybe I can put the bishop on this, you know, really strong attack. You know, maybe you're gonna attack it. But you know, there are some options, and if white keeps attacking, well, you know, the king's still like not castled, and now the pawn structure's kind of ruined. If I castle kingside now, there's no pawns in front. You know, the pawns are way up here. And so now I'm attacking this pawn. It is defended by a bishop, so you can't attack it just yet. You know, so maybe white's gonna keep defending the pawns. You know, reasonable thing to do. Getting a little bit claustrophobic for black, but I think it's fine. You know, maybe now you're giving white some chances to develop, because now white's trying to castle queenside. So maybe if you go a little too slow, you give your opponent the chance to make up. Because now white, I don't know about this position. I don't know exactly who would be at an advantage. We could look at the chess engine, but if we're just going to kind of look at it objectively, since now white's going to castle queenside, you know, maybe it's going to be okay for white's king, you know, because it's going to be a situation with opposite side castling, which is a little bit different than normal. You don't always do that. Most of the time, the vast majority, you're going to be on the same side of the board. So basically, this might be a little bit too much information, but basically, you wanna just get all your pieces out. Don't memorize any openings, but here's a specific opening. It's called the Italian game, and this is like the 4 knights game. You notice that all 4 knights are out. Castle, you castle. You know, bring the rook out. If you want to be super symmetrical here, this is the exact same kind of development for both sides. 4 knights are out, both bishops are out, both of them are they're opposite colors, but they're facing like the same opposite colored bishops. I mean, they're facing the same bishops on the same side of the board. Knights are guarding the center. You know, you get these geometric patterns. I want to make it a little bit prettier. There might be. You know, everything's there. The rooks are connected. Maybe you need to find a place for your queen. Okay, so this is kind of interesting because now you're attacking the king side with the bishop and queen on the same diagonal. And then maybe you're going to do the same thing, but with different colored square, the light squares. You know, attacking the king side. This is like perfectly symmetrical. Now maybe white's going to do something a little bit different here. So, you know, like there's a whole bunch of ideas. And, you know, like you can start out the game with d4 instead of e4. You know, basically one of these 4 moves. e4 or d4, c4, or knight f3. I would not recommend playing anything else, but if you want to experiment, go ahead. But e4 you could basically play as white for the rest of your life. Any one of these. You could play as a starting move depending on what you like most. The idea behind this one is called the English opening. Is now you can put your knight here and it's not blocked by a pawn. So if you put this here, for example, and then you put the knight here, well, now this pawn is blockaded. It's not terrible, it's not bad, and it's not necessarily good. It's just that's the idea behind the move. Now I'm getting a little too advanced into theory. Like even this is too advanced, just showing you that, you know, that. But basically I would say if you don't want to learn any theory, the idea is just get your pieces out no matter what. So if you play this, you know, no matter what opening you're thinking of using, you know, just the ideas are to get your knights and bishops out, usually knights before bishops, get some central pawns, although this one is more of an auxiliary piece, kind of controlling the center from a little bit off to the side. But remember I told you the center is not just the center, it's the pieces, it's the squares around the center. Yeah, I've been meaning to make very dedicated videos. It's been a long-term project of mine, but it's really hard for me to do that. I hope you understand. It's the most difficult thing for me is to focus. Like, that's an autism thing for me. Like, I've been trying to do it for years, trust me. Okay? I've been trying to make dedicated chess lesson videos. I even had trouble when I was teaching kids. I would just kind of improvise. But I guess I could do that. I guess I could turn this into a video. I could just go into my stream, take this, and make it into a video. You know, but the idea is, don't memorize the opening lines, memorize the opening principles. So the principles of this, no matter what opening line you might be thinking, this is a very specific opening line. You go a little bit against principles in this one if you want to play the best moves. But one of the principles is if your pawns in the center are the strongest pawns in the game. So if your opponent like kind of plays them, like allows you to play the center, you generally want to take the center. This is what's called a chess principle. And this is a little bit more advanced than the usual development principles, but basically you want center pawns. So if your opponent gives you a center pawn for free, definitely for free, then you take it, even though you do double up your pawns. But you do take away your opponent's center pawns. There is kind of a loss here. You generally don't want your pawns doubled up, because now, in order to move this pawn forward, since you can only capture to the side and you can't move to the side, you can only move forward. This is kind of a weakness, but you also, it's kind of equal. It's like a game of tug of war. So your opponent gave you a pawn, which is an advantage because now you're up a pawn, but at the cost of doubling up your pawns. However, you're up a pawn, but not only that, you opened up you kind of took away one of Black's center pawns. So it kind of evens out. Like, it might be a little bit more in White's favor even, because you're up a pawn. You did double up your pawns, which is not always terrible, but it's generally not good. So look, like for example, you know, a principle is usually not to get your queen out before you've developed your other pieces, because remember, your queen, although it's a powerful piece, your other pieces need to be in play in order for her to be effective. And so it's like, in this case, it might not be a terrible move, you're attacking here, but you can just develop the knight to protect it. So you know that you now this whole idea is just, not only that, you blocked your bishop in. You know, and you know, so another principle, like, you know, you move up here, generally, like, you know, you do double up your pawns, but you took a pawn. This is kind of like more opening theory. You kind of like, you know, you kind of just, you know, there's like a couple of different ideas here, but I'm not going to get into that. If you want to even just ignore that, you definitely don't want your opponent to allow your opponent to take this. But what you can do, you want to avoid little traps like this, because then you're allowing the pawn to get space. Generally, you want to like have pawn space. And like, let's say you just play over here. Now you have to put your knight on the side of the board, which is away from the center squares. Remember, the center squares are the most important. So you generally want your pieces around here. But if your piece is over here, it takes an extra move to get into the center. And not only that, but you're guarding less squares. So now, like, Black can actually just take control of the center there. And obviously you can close it off. This is what's called a closed center. That's a little bit more advanced. But you know, generally, you want to open up towards the center. It's called the open game. You could play over here if you want to know the names. This is a Sicilian response. But generally, you still have the same principles. You open up towards the center. Opening theory is a little bit different for this one than usual. So you would either play here, or you know, you would play this pawn. But if you want to, you know, play the old Sicilian, this goes by principles, which is to develop your pieces towards the center. And you usually do knights before bishops. So you get knight towards the center, and then maybe I develop another knight towards the center. Okay, and then you can do a knight towards the center. And since this pawn is guarding here, I might not want to attack it, but I think it's good because you have a knight and a queen defending it. So you usually take it, but then I attack with the knight, And you generally don't want to trade off because look, remember I said earlier, there's more pieces out in the center here for white than there are black. However, I think this might not be terrible for black here. There's a lot of stuff that you have to kind of judge in the position. There's a lot of different things you can do, but generally you want to develop your knights. Like let's say you just kind of make, you know, wasted moves here. You want to get pawns in the center. You want to get your pawns connected somehow. But generally you only want to move like 2 pawns in the opening. You don't want to move them twice, although there are cases you want to. Don't really think about it too much. Just kind of judge the position based on the moment. But try to adhere to these principles. Generally, you would, unless it really looks bad and you calculate it on the board that you need to do something different, you know, for a very specific case. Like for here, for example, as black, you generally don't want to keep developing because you're gonna lose a knight, right? And if we look at the material, and you know, the pawns are all worth 1, although the center pawns are usually worth more. And in the end game, when most of the pieces are off the board, like in that king and rook that I showed you earlier, in the end game, the flank pawns are also really strong if they're together. And I've even heard it, I don't know if it was from Botvinnik or from Nimzovich, but there was a really strong like world champion level player in history that said that flank pawns in the end game are basically worth an entire rook. If it's like a pawn ending. So it's like, I mean, there's situations like that. It's a little bit more advanced. But for example, if I move the knight here, usually, like, you know, if I move the pawn here, then this is a perfectly good opening. This is a perfectly good response for black. But in a different situation, you kind of have to look at the situation at hand. If white plays the knight here, I generally don't want to play the pawn here, because then I would lose a pawn. And then maybe you can attack the knight again, but you just move the knight back, and it's fine. You know, and maybe you just continue your development. But now there's no pawn. You know, this is what's called a semi-open file. Because white has 2 pawns to center, but black has an open file. It's not completely open because this pawn's still on the board. If both pawns were off the board, that would be an open file. So this is called a semi-open file. Because black's missing a pawn, but white has one. But you know, generally you want to open up towards the center. And now you could actually advance here because the queen's guarding it. You would not want to take this because now you lost a piece for a pawn. So you're down 2 points. You want to think about it this way. It's kind of like thinking about it like currency. So this pawn is worth 1. Technically, it'd probably be worth like 1.1 because it's a center pawn. And these are usually, most of the game are worth like maybe like, so this would be 1.1. This would usually be like 0.9. These are like 0.8. These would probably be like 0.6. But don't really think about it that way. Think of it like currency. These are all worth 1 for all intents and purposes. So this is 1 point. If you get a point, you're up a pawn, but then the queen takes it, and now you're down a piece. Even though you're up a pawn, you're +1, and then you -3. So now you're -2. And so in this situation, when you look at the chess engine evaluation, it's actually worse because your white is -2.8. And that's what these means. If it's minus, that means it's better for black. If it's positive, it means it's better for white. So here, this is actually 0.0. This is dead even right here. But like, you know, you look at here, usually in the opening especially, you want to keep things completely equally open. Like right here. It says slightly better for white, but don't think about it that way. That's the chess engine thinking. You know, that's based on, like, you know, theory. Don't worry about theory. So much. You know, this is called the Rui Lopez You know, it's considered the best line in that exact position. In this position, this is considered the main line, which is the best theoretical line. That'll have the best outcomes for both sides. And that's usually what they mean by main line. So, you know, you move up here. You notice here how you kept your center pawns. I want to show you that. So here, after you developed here, you push the pawn. Notice how when you capture, you don't capture with the knight, because then you only have one center pawn. You could capture with the knight, but then you just gave your opponent, in that case. You could capture with the knight, but now you don't have two center pawns. I don't know if this is terribly bad. In fact, it's still pretty even. But generally, you know, when we go off general principles, you want to keep your center pawns. And so now white has their center pawns and black doesn't. Not only that, if black just makes a move like this, you can actually trade if you wanted to and double up black's pawns. And if you generally don't want to capture, this might actually be best in this specific position. This is like 0.4 better for white, or 0.5. This is about the same. This is slightly not as good if we look at the engine analysis, but you don't generally. This is technically better in this specific situation, but generally you want to capture towards the center. You know, because like I said, you know, the center pawns are worth like 1.1. These are the pawns next to them are like 0.9. These are like worth 0.7 or something like that. These are worth like 0.5, or you know, whatever you want it. Basically, these are the most useful pawns. That's really all you want to know. And so if your opponent gives you an opportunity to capture off to the side, maybe you'd want to take that. That's a free pawn. But let's see here. Like if you go here, let's say you just do something like this. Let's say that's a bad move. You're exposing your king, but I'm using this just for an example. So ignore that. Ignore that open king. That's another thing you don't want to do. Is you usually don't want to move the F pawns because it exposes your king. But now if I captured here, you would capture towards the center, and so you both, you know, now black keeps their center pawns. If you look at black's point of view here, so now black has the center pawns here. Anyway, that's basically it. Learn your basic. I already showed you, like, you know, basic rook endgame. Where is it? Oh, that was in the first chapter. I showed you the rook ending. Where is it? Oh, here we go. Let's just make this the main line. So, you know, I showed you the basic rook ending. You know, all the concepts. That's probably, you know, you can learn different endings. If I'm going to show you a couple different ones. There's of course the queen ending. It's the same kind of idea. But in this case, you want to, since, what is going on here? Okay, in this case, Since the queen is like a rook, but also like a bishop, you're wanting to like kind of box the opponent's king in. So you move back, and in this case, like you basically cut off their squares. So maybe you still want to get that opposition. So now you get the opposition. Now you cut off these squares. Now you cut. Oops. Now you cut off these squares. So you basically make a tiny box that your opponent can't escape from. In this case, even you have to go back even further. You want to be careful about stalemate, though. See, in this case, for example, black has no legal moves, so therefore it's a draw. So you kind of like maybe want to go here. You want to get the kings in opposition again. So in this case, of course, you have the same as the rook ending. And then here you actually have reveal check, and then you have, you could also do it this way because you can guard the side squares, but you can do it this way as well. What does the engine say? Which one's better? Okay, so technically this one is better. They're all checkmate, right? These are all checkmate. It doesn't matter which one you play. But the engine thinks that this one is best. Queen b7 checkmate. Probably just because it looks nicer. It's nice and clean. Yeah, if you have any questions, just let me know. There's infinite things that we can talk about with chess. And just remember, I know a lot of the basic principles and stuff. It's probably statistics. No, you have to understand, that's just how the chess engine thinks. They think of things in terms of the way the board is positioned. Probably the reason why it thinks this one is best, even though it's still checkmate, it doesn't matter, is because it cuts off more squares. It's more direct. It cuts off. It's closer to your king and queen. It's protected by the king. Because the way the chess engine has understanding of the board is that humans put rules into how the chess engine calculates things, and then it just crunches the numbers based on those rules. It has a bunch of variables that it factors into account. It works through the algorithm using those as variables. So if you change the variables, you change how the chess engine thinks. And that's basically been the work of chess engines for the past 50 years or something like that. Chess engines didn't get as strong as humans until the 90s, and then Deep Blue came out. If you know about Deep Blue, Deep Blue came out. It was a big deal. Kasparov, world champion at the time. Deep Blue versus Garry Kasparov. It's probably the biggest chess event of the 90s. It was televised. In 1997. And that was the first time. There are some controversies around it, by the way. There's some controversy that potentially humans were not just letting the computer play by itself, that humans were also influencing some of the moves. Because humans plus AI. Since then, however, chess engines have vastly surpassed humans. What did Stockfish 15 LO is 3585. That's insane. Now, top LO chess player in the world 2022. It's going to be Magnus Carlsen, of course, the world champion. He has an LO rating of 2725. Now, you have to think of LO as something, it's not an absolute rating. So your rating on Lichess, for example, if I go to Lichess here, we look at my profile. You can see my various ratings. So when my Ultra Bullet is still kind of pending, only have 46 games, and it's at 777. My Bullet is 1285, played 356 games. My Blitz is 1284, 581 games, 591. Rapid games, 111 games, 1421. Classical, I played 44 games, and it's 1386. I haven't played any correspondence games. I had an old account that was my dead name, and I made this account. Chess 9060, I've only played 11 games. Played one game of Crazy House, which is like a game called... It's kind of like a game called Shogi, which is Japanese variant of chess. Which it doesn't have colors. Instead, it has like kind of pentagon shapes. And you point them towards your opponent, because what happens in this game is you can capture your opponent's pawns, where the pawns capture forward. They don't capture diagonally. This game is completely different than Western chess that we know. It has a completely different rule set, a 9x9 board, and has different pieces. The evolution work. I mean the promotion works differently. You basically have a rook and a bishop. You don't have two of them. You just have one each. And when they get to the last three sides, most pieces that evolve, I mean that promote. Every piece except for the gold piece and the king. The king's right here. Every piece except the gold piece and the king promote to a gold, except the rook, this one over here, and the bishop. Where's the bishop? Oh, the bishop was captured. The bishop promotes to what's called a dragon and a horse. The bishop promotes to a horse, and the rook promotes to a dragon. And basically, all it does is if your rook promotes, it moves like a rook, but it also moves one square in the diagonals. So it moves like a king, but like it moves like a king, but with the rook ability. And then the bishop is the opposite. It moves like a king with the bishop ability. If that makes any sense. And then, but if you get to the last three ranks, like if you move this bishop, this rook, if you took that pawn right there, if you took the pawn with the rook, it would promote to a dragon, and the opponent's king would be in check. However, the gold piece can take it. It's a little different than chess. The gold piece can capture in the first three forward, the first piece backwards. It can't capture diagonally backwards, and it captures side to side. The silver, which is just like the gold, except it doesn't capture to the side to side and backwards. So they both capture three, move and capture three to the forward, three in front of it. But the silver only captures the two in the back, which are the squares that the gold can't. So the silver can promote to a gold, but sometimes the way you think of the strategy of shogi is that you kind of think, is it better to promote or not? And you don't have to promote unless there's no more legal moves for it if you don't promote. So like the pawn, it has three chances to promote. And on the third chance, when you get to the final square, it has to promote. The same with like the lance, which just moves in a straight line like a rook. It doesn't move side to side or backwards, only in a straight line. As soon as it gets to the last square on the file, it has to promote. Same with the knight. The knight only moves forward, and it doesn't move side to side like that. It just moves forward. And if the knight gets to a square where it has no more legal moves, it has to promote. So if it gets to the second or the third to last, I mean the second or the second to last or the last square, it has to promote. If it gets to the third square, it still doesn't have to promote. And that's part of the strategy. You might not want to promote. But anyway, that's a different game. But Crazy House is kind of like that, because in shogi, one of the most defining the most defining element of shogi, and also Crazy House, which is a chess variant of it, the most defining element of it is that white now has a piece that they can drop onto the board. You can drop it anywhere on the board, unless you have no legal moves afterwards. So you can actually let's see. So you can actually drop it here. You can actually drop it here with check, for example. And if yeah, so you can actually check with it. But then, now black has a piece. You check again. I mean, attack the queen. Now black has a piece. You know, this is basically like shogi, because in shogi, once you capture a piece, as a move, you can then drop it onto the board. In Japanese, call it evolution, like Pokemon. I mean, yeah, that's your headcanon. No, they call it promoting in international terminology, just like chess. Yeah, so I mean, there's a lot of things that go into chess. And I hope that was of a help. I hope that helped. Now you can also go in to do puzzles. I would highly recommend doing puzzles. What you can do is you go to puzzle theme, you go into puzzles, you click puzzle dashboard. If you're beginning learning the game, you click puzzles, puzzle dashboard, and then click on puzzle themes. And usually you just do a healthy mix. There's 3 million puzzles on the site. But what you want to do is you want to go in here and you go by motifs. And you can pick any one of these. I would say go into fork. That's probably the very first concept you want to learn. There's 459,000 puzzles that feature forks. But you want to learn all these different tactics ideas. But the ones I would first do, I mean, honestly, the first one you should do at all. It's probably mate in one. So you do mate in ones. There's 220. These are really easy. You click on them. And then you know that every single puzzle here is going to be mate in one. So you have to look for the checkmate. So it's like, you know, you look at all the checks because obviously it's a mate in one. It has to be a check. So you look at all the mates in ones. Where can I check the king? Well, you can check the king with rook c4. That's check. How else can you check the king? You can check the king with b4 with the pawn. Are there any other ways to check? Can you check with the bishop? You can also check with the bishop. Bishop d6 is a check. And you have to look at all, and you kind of have to like look at all the moves possible. Usually you can find it really quickly, especially in a mate in one, because that means there's only one move that's the answer. So you know, if then you kind of want to think about it. If I check here, is it checkmate? Well, no, because black can capture it with the pawn. And then you might be able to capture it back with the pawn, but then the king can capture it. So that's not mate in one. So that's not the move. You can rule that out. That leaves these two moves. So if you look with the pawn, well, that actually is the answer. Actually, it's not, because the knight can take it. So it is check, and it looks like it might be checkmate. If this knight wasn't on the board, this would be check. This would, I mean, if there was like a pawn here, for example. If this was a pawn instead of a knight, this would be checkmate. Because the knight's guarding these two squares. So the king can't go back to those. Bishop's also guarding that one. And the rook's guarding these 3 squares. So that leaves one answer. And then you look at it just because you want to be diligent. You want to make sure that you understand. Before you move the pieces, you want to understand that it's the answer. If you move the bishop here to d6, you're checking the king. Can you capture it? Well, no, because the knight's defending it. So that, you know, there's a concept called MBL, not to be confused with MVL, which is a chess super grandmaster, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, a French player. I believe he plays for America now. Last time I checked, maybe that was years ago. I don't know. But you know. So you know, you have to either move the king, block the checking piece, or capture the checking piece. So you obviously can't block because there's no way to block. It's directly next to it. You can't capture it because the knight's defending it. And so you can't move away from it. So then you have to like, look, how do I move away from the check? Well, you can't move here because the knight, so you can't move to b6. It's not an option. You can't move to b4 because the rook's defending it, and also the bishop is still attacking it. And also the rook is defending these 3 squares, so you can't move to and also the pawn is defending c4. So you can't move to any square at all. Therefore, that is checkmate, because there's no way to get out of check. So that is checkmate in 1. I am kind of keeping up with the Carlsen drama. Okay, so now you look here. We have a king, a queen, and a rook on the same file. That's something that we can notice about the position right away. So now you want to say, okay, well, we know these are mate in one puzzles, but we also have to say, okay, well, the queen and rook are on the same file. Generally, regardless of what kind of puzzle you're doing, basically there's some cheating allegations against Grandmaster Hans Niemann. I honestly think Carlsen is like just really in the wrong here. I mean, honestly, Hans could be cheating. That's obviously always the case. Is it likely that he's cheating? I don't think so. I think he's worked way too hard to become a grandmaster. There's literally no reason for him to throw his career away like that. He has absolutely nothing to gain from it. If you want to call this press coverage something to gain, then I think that's the stupidest thing you could ever claim, because it would be very negative press coverage. They say all press is good press, but that's a myth. There's certain press that you just can't come back from. Like if you commit an egregious crime or you do something very terrible, especially in the chess community, cheating basically ends your entire it ends your entire career. Especially if you're a grandmaster playing at the top level. What's your favorite opening? The one that lets me win. So, you know, basically anytime you do a tactics puzzle, you kind of want to have a list of things you want to look at first. You want to look at the most forcing moves first. So you want to look at like checks, captures, and threats. And before you look at any kind of like more positional move or strategic move in a position, this isn't just about puzzles, this is like, you know, to apply to your actual games. Once you've looked at checks, captures, and threats, and none of those really work out for you, or it's unclear, then you start looking at very positional, like long-term plays that don't make a direct, like, you know, I guess you call those variations. So, you know, you want to look at checks, captures, and threats. Well, you look at checks first. This is a check and a capture. Before we look at like what the responses are, let's look at all of them. Here's a check. Here's a check. Here's a check. Here's a check. And those are all the checks. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 possible moves. Now, if we look at like kind of the most obvious one, this is check with a capture. You capture the bishop. What is white going to do after this, though? Is it checkmate? No, because the white can take with the queen. And now you just lose a queen for a bishop, which we already know, based on point value, the queen is worth 9 points. The rook's worth 5 points. Bishops and knights are worth 3 points. Bishops are a little bit better sometimes, and knights are a little bit better sometimes. Most of the time, bishops are better. When people say, I have the bishop pair, usually that's seen as a huge advantage. If you have the bishop pair, it means you have both colored bishops. The light squares and the dark squares. So this is obviously off the table because you lose a queen for a bishop, so you lose 6 points. So that leaves these 4 moves. So let's look at this move. It's pretty obvious. King h6 check, queen h6 check. You can just capture with the king. Now, that doesn't mean it's absolutely off the table, because in certain situations you might be able to force a checkmate if you sacrifice your queen. That's the difference between a sacrifice and a blunder. When you sacrifice a queen, you're doing so because you're gonna win something, like you're gonna win a checkmate for a temporary loss in material. But this doesn't look like that. It doesn't look like there's anything that black has to gain after losing a queen. So that's off the table. That's just a pure Botez gambit, which is not a true gambit. It's just a joke. So that leaves one of these 3. So let's obviously look at this one, the bishop capture. You know, so we look at this one. This actually looks like the answer. First we look at this one. This is not mate in 1. It is check, but there's 2 possible outcomes afterwards. After this one, you technically are, you know, all you have to do is check again, and that's checkmate. So, you know, if you went over here, you can then escape with king h6, king h3. You can then check again, but you know, the king's gonna get out of checks. It's still not like, I don't mean, it's not, you know, Still winning for black because you have a rook against a bishop. Remember, the bishops are worth 3, the rooks are worth 5. Usually queen and rook is going to be better than queen and bishop. So white is objectively winning here. Has 2 less pawns, though. You know, there's 2 pawns missing. But if you look here, this is check. You can't escape here because you'd still be in check. You can't capture because the rook's defending. You can't move because the rook and queen are both guarding there. You can't move here as well for the same reason. Rook and queen are guarding. And you can't move here because the queen's still attacking there. So therefore the answer is queen f1, checkmate. None of these moves work. All of those are off the table. So that's checkmate. And this is the way you want to solve chess puzzles. You want to look through them. You want to make sure that you look at your options. You want to say, like, this looks really good. If you find a good move, try to find one that's better. Because do you want to win a queen or do you want to win the game? You want to always ask yourself, if there's a good move, is there a better move? And so you go through your puzzle dashboard. I would say, obviously, do your mate in ones. Do your mate in ones as first and foremost. You want to be able to know how to checkmate your opponent. That's number 1 rule. Checkmating your opponent is the goal of the game. Nothing else matters if you get checkmated. Here's a little bit more of an advanced one. There's checkmate. That's leading to a checkmate. That's probably more advanced. Mate in 2 is just like, you make 2 moves and it's checkmate. There's different kinds of checkmates. So that, these are all more advanced. I would not recommend getting into those. Just do mate in 1s if you're starting out. And then what you want to do after that, you can, maybe do like 10 puzzles mate in 1, and then do 10 puzzles if you're just beginning. Do mate after you've learned all the how to move all the pieces, opening principles, and then you want to do your puzzles. So you do mate in 1 puzzles. I would say spend half of your time on mate in 1s and half of your time on forks. Forks is going to be the most important tactic for you. After forks, eventually you're going to add in more. You're going to add pins. So pins are another one. And then a little bit more after that. You can do that for like a year. Or like maybe months. Maybe like a month, I would say. Do like just mate in 1s and forks for like a few weeks. Or like a week or 2. And then add in pins. Like you're still doing them. Like for a whole week, just do mate in 1s and forks. And then on the second week, add in pins. And after a month, add in skewers. And then kind of like just continue in that fashion. Like go through all these different motifs, which means ideas. So all these like kind of, let's say, order of importance in chess tactics ideas. 38 definitions. What are the most powerful tactics? Chess tactics. These are all the different tactics, but like order of importance. Chess tactics, order of importance. Let's see. It's just people discussion about it. Importance of tactics. There's a lot of people who talk about tactics. It's really important. Tactics are going to be your most important. But tactics are all these. Forks, pins, a fork, a move where the moved piece attacks 2 opponent's pieces once. And honestly, if you spend all your chess time studying in this single page, just by motif, like if you, and obviously addition to mates, like you do mate in 1, eventually if those get super easy, you can do those very super If you can do mate in 1s super easily, like automatically, then you start doing mate in 2s. And then you start doing mate in 3s. And then mate in 4s. I mean, that's just the number of moves. And then you go into 5 or more. These are the most advanced. You notice there's only 2,803 of them. And then you go just checkmate in general. You know, that's just all different kinds. These are more advanced, like specific kind of mates. You look like it, like X-ray attack. A piece attacks or defends a square through an enemy piece. You know, these are all more advanced. Zugzwang. The opponent is limited in the moves they can make, and all moves worsen their position. You know, quiet move. A move that does not make a check or capture, but does prepare an unavoidable threat for a later move. And all the threats are going to be any number of these threats, which is going to result in you winning some kind of advantage. Whether it's a piece, you know, checkmate, obviously the biggest advantage. Tempo, which will lead you to an advantage. You know, like different... look, these are all like probably the most important concepts are going to be forks, pins, discovered attack is actually really important. Capturing the defender. I would say forks, pins, capturing the defender, skewers, like trapped peas, like you can basically just do any of these. But like start with forks and then pins. If you can't do forks and pins, like forks, you know, it's like you're gonna be getting a lot of like if you just do nothing but these. Check to Earth from outer space is a possibility. So you know, you look at here, like basically a fork is where you move a piece. It's usually a knight or a pawn. You can fork. They usually call it double attack if it's not one of those. I don't know why. It's like I usually say double attack, but you can just say fork. So a fork looks like there's some potential forks here, but it looks like you don't really have that option. You know, you look at where you can attack. If I can move a knight magically to that square, I could then make a fork. But here's a fork right here. You're gonna have to sacrifice a knight for this one though, because because there is a rook defending. So if I play knight D, that's knight on D, because you notice that if you just say knight E8, it could be either of these. So you just say like knight D E8, check. You probably want to move this one because the rook is attacking this one. Because it's undefended. It's what's called a hanging piece. So this one's hanging. You probably want to move this one, because if you move this one, I mean, it doesn't really matter, because it's check regardless, and then you're defending it. So, play knight D E8 check. The rook captures. You're not just checking the king. You're also attacking the rook. So if you just get out of check, then white captures the rook. With, you know, that's 5 points, right? So if you capture the knight, you get the knight, but then you lose a rook, and then you lose another rook. So that it's either you lose a rook, or you lose both rooks for a knight. And I'm pretty sure you would just move your king out of the way and just take the L. You just lose the rook. Yeah. And, you know, so like this way, when you just narrow it down by motif. And you can also change the difficulty level. You can do easy, you know. It basically just normal is usually what you want to do. But you can also do easier puzzles. Or you can do harder puzzles. So you can do puzzles 600 less difficulty. Or you can do puzzles 600 harder difficulty. From your current rating. So my current tactics rating is 1897. So it's only going to show me puzzles that are in that rating zone of that difficulty. So I have... This one might be a little bit convoluted. I might need to manipulate the position a little bit. Basically, if I could get the king here, then I would win a queen. But I don't think I can do that right away. If I check, king takes. Oh, well, okay, here we go. If I check, bishop takes. Actually, never mind. I can force the king here. Okay, so if I check, rook h8 check, you have to get out of check. The only way to get out of check is to play king f7. That's a forced move. Now I could just take the rook right away. But remember, if you find a good move, look for one better. So now that the king is importantly on this square, I have a fork where I'm checking and I'm also attacking the queen. And you can't get out of check by moving the queen. If it's a knight move, it means you have to move the king or capture the knight. Since you can't capture the knight, it means you have to move the king. So you get out of check. The only thing you can do, you can get out of here, you know, one of these two moves, and then I capture the queen. So if you just do forks, like do these chess puzzles where it's just in a single theme. And I heard this specifically from Hikaru Nakamura. He was teaching XQC about how to do chess puzzles. Because obviously you could just click here, just do puzzles. And you just do, like, it's just you just do a healthy mix. And it does all sorts of different kinds of puzzles, right? So here we have a check, but it's queen captures. Here we have a check, king captures. We can make a threat, threatening checkmate. So but what can black do after I play rook d7? If I play rook d7, black has to deal with the checkmate threat. There's a couple ways to do that. So if I play rook d7, black can, well, first of all, you can start checking, but then I move out of check, and now what is black going to do? So if, you know, may as well just deal with it right away. So rook d7, how can you deal with check? Well, I can move the pawn forward, and now the queen is no longer threatening check. I could also play here, because then that actually removes the option. So if I play queen g6, what can black do? Is there any huge threat? I would say you probably want to move the queen here. So after I move the queen here, queen moves to defend against rook d7. Then I can check. And that's actually checkmate. So you can't do that. So you probably will instead want to move queen c7. But then I have a check here. There's a lot to think about here. Or I can just double up the queen and rook. This is threatening checkmate in one. Actually. Well, not really, because the queen... Never mind. Yeah, this can easily be dealt with. But, if the queen goes there, then I can check. King moves. And you're back here. Now I can like make threads. Is there any way? There's like no way for black to stop it. I'm pretty sure. Go here. Attacking the queen. You just have to take the rook. Is there any way to stop here? Capture? Pawn? And then you move the queen in. Okay, well, I guess then you're defending. Yes, I guess you just capture the pawn. Got one of these. Play here. I double up. Well, like, okay, so I guess I just... Yeah, then I win a pawn. Yeah, now you can't take the pawn. So you just have to move the queen away. Or take the rook. If you move the queen away... There's no way to stop mate. Oh! I guess not. Okay, so that is the move? But what, can't you just play here? Oh. Yeah, okay, I see it now. That is the right move, right? Yeah, or we could just go here. If you go here, yeah, it's gonna be checkmate. And you're up a rook. So it's good to also, these are puzzles within my skill level, so it's going to challenge me. Like I said, you could always switch to easier mode. So now I'm doing puzzles that are easier, which is also good. It's also good to do easier puzzles. Also do puzzles at your level or slightly below your level. It's also good to do puzzles slightly above or even way above. But I don't know. I'd probably say you can't really go wrong if you just do normal. And you just get as hard as you can. If you fail one, yeah, we can play it. I'm about to take maybe like a 2-minute break really quick, but I'm pretty much just going through puzzles, and I was explaining to a few people, you know, how to go about improving some basic principles, and also how to go through the puzzle dashboard and to look at the puzzle themes, and to start with mate and ones as a beginner, and then go on to forks, and then go on to pins. After you've learned a lot of different tactics, though, you can just go into healthy mix. You can't go wrong with that. You can't go wrong with difficulty normal. Basically, as long as you're doing tactics, you can't go wrong. But I would say if you want to maximize, like, I would just hone in on a single idea, like by theme. Like, let's say, like, maybe I want to do tactics about the opening. These are going to be the hardest. Probably. So in here, like, you know, let's see. Checks, captures, threats. Check. And I win a pawn. Oh, no, I don't. Never mind. Let this. Yeah, let me just solve this one puzzle, then I'm going to take like a 2-minute break, then we can play 3 + 2. Unless you want to play some bullet. I was kind of in a bullet mode earlier. I was playing some Bullet. If you want to play Bullet, we can do that. I'm definitely down for Bullet. Queen takes, rook takes. Check. Winning a pawn. I think. Yeah, you don't have a pawn to move. Check. The knight comes in. And then I take with a pawn and I have a queen and rook on the same file. Or, oh, what? I see. Yeah, because otherwise you just give too much. Oh, that's funny. This is what happened. You know, this is the engine actually likes this move better. Although maybe, I don't know. And I'm guessing you take the pawn here. Yeah, like I said. I want to get one right the first time. Hopefully I won't screw it up. I think I'm going too fast. Take, take. Take, take. If I push, bishop takes. Nothing on this diagonal. Diagonal. Oh, take. The rook. Oh, and then I'm gonna pawn. And I'm threatening the knight. And you can't defend the knight. So you move. I just take the knight, right? One of those moves. Oh, the engine likes that one. Okay, I will be back in like 2 minutes.
Take for granted
All right, I'm back. I don't know if the music was too loud or not, but... Alright, yeah, I mean, yeah, if you're ready to play, I'm always up for playing. Do you want to play some Bullet, actually? We can play 3+2. Oh, you don't want to play Bullet? Okay. Ah, that's, oh, yeah, there we go. There we go. Don't think there's a way out of this. In fact, I think I just made it worse for myself. Maybe I get a pawn back. Suppose the king. No, it's just no good at all. Cut my losses. Well, that's even worse. I needed... Let's just kind of start over here. I needed to trade that first. Ugh. I thought I had already done that. I'm like, I got like this error in like calculation, like error in, not calculation, an error in execution. I do have executive disorder. I don't, you know, it obviously, it takes, honestly, obviously, I'm not trying to make excuses, I'm just saying how it is. This element of autism, that isn't unique to autism. It's unique in, you know, it's executive dysfunction. It's present in like people with all sorts of different kind of disorders, like autism, ADHD, etc. The disorder affects me in every single area of my life. So obviously chess is one of those. And one of those things is like executive dysfunction is where it's like I know I need to do something, but for some reason I don't. Because I'm like skipping ahead or something like that. Like I'm thinking too far in the future and it just results in like complete errors. It's really frustrating. In chess, it takes a very specific form, you know, like of literally missing entire calculations. Like it's really frustrating because how are you supposed to improve if you just continually make bad move after bad move? Now, I can kind of overcome that in like rapid and classical, but it still does happen even with time on the clock. Definitely happens in Blitz. There's just nothing around that, you know. If you only have like 3 minutes on the clock, obviously I'm gonna make way more mistakes. But the problem is that even in classical games, I've made terrible, egregious errors, and it's really frustrating. Especially when you're trying to improve and you spend like an hour on a game and then one critical move, you're like, okay, I'm going to calculate this for like 10 minutes because it's a critical position. And then you calculate it and you've already determined the course of action, but then you still make the wrong move. Like through the variation or whatever. Like I calculate the whole variation, and then like on the third move of the variation, like they're all forced, but then on the third move, I still make the wrong move. Even though I've already calculated it like 10 times. Like, Like, I spent like 10 minutes on position, calculated this is gonna work, it's actually gonna be winning. And like, I've already calculated it. It's not even about calculation. Like, my calculation is actually fine most of the time, especially in really straightforward positions. Like, my calculation is pretty good. It's not the calculation, it's the execution. And it's like, it's a problem because of autism. Like, it's a problem. Now, if I can overcome that, not just in chess, but in my life, I am working on that in therapy. Yeah, mental visualization is great. I want to show, if you're going to be still around, I actually want to show you some exercises you can do, preferably with a real board. Preferably with a real board. I mean, I'm going to show you an exercise you can do that will probably change the way you think about chess like entirely, no matter what level you're at, whether you're an absolute beginner or if you're like a you know, higher rated player. You've probably heard about it if you're like a master and above, but maybe not. You never know. This is a complete losing endgame for white. Yeah. Really quick, I just want to like... I want to show that exercise. Keyboard. Here we go. This might work better if I use this. If I just use this like board creation. So if you have a king and a rook, this exercise, you want to place a queen on the board anywhere where you're going to create a double attack, like a fork, pin, or a skewer. So you start with forks. Are there any forks? You can't attack both without allowing your queen to be captured. So if I put my queen here, that's obviously a fork, but the rook or the queen can just capture it. So I can't put it there or here or here or here. So there's no forks. There's absolutely no forks. I can't attack both without being captured. So then I look at pins. There's no pins with the rook on the same rank or file because it'll be captured. So I can't pin the rook here because you'll just capture it. So I can't. There's no pins. There's skewers though. Not necessarily though, but I mean I think it works because, you know, you're still going to be attacking it. I mean. You technically do have skewers though. So then what you do is you move the rook, you keep the king in the same exact spot. I guess you can move the king as well, but you move the rook, and you go in this pattern. And you move the rook to every single square in the board with the king on the same square. Or I suppose you could do the opposite and just move the king. So once you move here, well, now we see that we have some double attacks. So we have a fork here. We have a fork here. And not here because the king and rook are defending. So we have two forks, and you look for every single fork. Like you put a queen every single square that you can do a fork. Where you can do a fork. And then you do every single pin. Well, you have a pin right here, you have a pin right here, and you have a pin right here. And then every single skewer. You have a skewer here and here. Skewer is when you're attacking like a weaker piece by attacking a stronger piece. A pin is where you're attacking like a stronger piece with a weaker through a weaker piece. Like you pin a knight to a king, right? Or you pin a rook. You pin a knight. You pin a. Or if it's called a skewer if you pin a stronger piece to a weaker piece. So if I pin a king to a rook, then that's technically like a pin, but it's like a skewer. It's basically the same as a pin, but slightly different. Like if this was a pawn, it would be a pin. If it were a queen, I mean, if it were a rook and this was a knight, then it would be a skewer. I don't know. Okay. And so then you move the rook over, you know. And it's the same idea. Since it's next to it, you only have the two skewers pretty much. You don't have any pins or forks. And here's the same idea. You have the double attacks. I mean, you have the forks, you have the pins, you have the skewers. The same concept. And you just notice the patterns. Like it's a visualization exercise. So now we start to see it differently when you move the rook away from the king. So now we're gonna have more options. There's different patterns now. We have different double attacks. And there's no forks over here. We have no pins or skewers because they're on opposite colors. Like, I mean, because they're not on the same diagonal or file. So we only have double attacks. We only have forks now. And so now that they're on the same rank or file, because it's only one square jump, we don't have any double attacks because we don't have any forks because they're defended. No, we do, actually. And then you just kind of see it like in different combinations, like depending on where it's at the board. So, you know, you're gonna have it here, but not here. And you just work your way all the way through the board. So by the time you get to like here, you know, then you're gonna have like, okay, well there's a double attack, there's a fork here. There's no other fork. And there's no pin. So it's like there's only one fork here. Right? So it's basically just goes through that whole thing. And if you do that for like every single night for like a month, and then you replace rook with a bishop, and then you can replace the queen with a rook or bishop, like you just keep doing variations of that exercise. Do it. I did that every single night for a while, for like a month. That really helped a lot with understanding like pins and forks. And you're just like visualizing. Chasing my knight around. Oh no. So yeah, chess has been one of the most difficult. I mean, everything in my life is difficult because of the executive dysfunction. Like I'll do things like where it's like, I know I have to do something, but I just won't do it. And I skip it. And especially in chess, it's really obvious how bad that is. Because you need to play accurately. Like I'll fail to go through a step. Like I'll fail to go through an entire step of my calculation. Like blunder checking, for example. And then like I'll miss an entire blunder, and from there, my whole game is over. Like you can't come back from it. And with real life, that's even worse. Because if you do something bad, and if you do something that you can't come back from in life, it really takes away a lot of your ability to function in the world. Like, how are you supposed to keep a job? You know, if you're just gonna keep getting fired. Because you just, you know, you're not finishing, you're not doing it fast enough. Or you're just like not showing up because you can't go to work. Because you're not feeling good. Because of autism issues. And other kind of stuff. It's just hard to function. Executive dysfunction is probably like been the biggest problem of my entire life. It's been the #1 cause of problems in my life. Period. Like, it's been the #1 cause of problems. Since I was like 3 years old. And I wasn't diagnosed until I was 31. And by then, I already developed like a whole bunch of like, you know, anxiety disorders. Yeah, this sucks. You know, I already developed like a whole set of like anxiety disorder, like depression, and also real life repercussions of actions, where it just gets harder and harder and harder to function in the world. And I've been trying to overcome it, and I can, and I am. So it takes a lot of effort, and it's a lot of work. It's not easy at all. And it's been 3 years in therapy. But, and I don't even know, see, like, everyone is cheering me on, everybody on my team is like, you got this. It doesn't feel like I got it. It feels like I'm just gonna continue to fail. And that's basically where all my problems come from. Like, the vast majority of my problems come from that. And obviously chess is like more of like, it's a safe place to make mistakes. Let's just be real. Like, you know, it sucks if you're playing like a tournament and you make a mistake, because then it costs you money and time, you know, to play in a tournament. But like in the end of the day, it's just a game. But you know, life is not just a game. In life, you make mistakes, you might not be able to come back from them. But I feel like, I don't know if that's 100% true. I think there's very few things in life that you can never come back from. And I don't think I've done anything anywhere near as bad as what, you know, the majority of people who do bad things do. Yeah, it was already too bad. I couldn't recover from it. It's just like that, like at a certain point you just have to resign, right? And that's basically what life is, except I don't have the option to resign in real life. You know? And we're not going to talk about the option, obviously. Obviously, you can always choose something, but we're not going to go there. For all intents and purposes, that's not an option. And it really isn't. It's never been an option. The only option is to live. I always go from that assumption, because there's no alternative to just continuing to live. And so, like, you know, in real life, when you make mistakes of calculation, of just missing entire steps, failing to execute things even though you know you need to, like, I know that I need what I need to do every time I play a game in chess. Obviously, like, this isn't about like the games I'm playing right now. This is like in general. Because obviously right now I'm just playing casually. These are faster games, 3-minute games, you know. It's expected to make mistakes. So I'm kind of just playing casually and having fun and just using it as something to do and talk and try to play good. But you know, it's probably not going to be as ideal as if I'm playing rapid or classical games. I mean, that's just a fact. It's not going to be as good. But it's like I continually like make mistakes when I know what I need to be doing to not make the mistakes. And it's really frustrating. And then it makes people like think that you're stupid. Especially in the chess community. I don't really care so much what people think, but honestly, like, I get ridiculed in the chess community because I've been like studying and playing for years and I'm still low rated. Like super low rated. There's like, and it's because of that. Like, it's literally because of that. It's like, it doesn't even matter how much I know. I could have like a grandmaster level of calculation, but if you still like throw a piece, like if you just like blunder a queen, it doesn't matter. Right? So like, it's not about I mean, obviously I have a lot of work to do on calculation. I'm not trying to say a grandmaster level calculation. What I'm trying to say is that like, I apparently have, you know, see, it's like stuff like that. Like, I apparently have really strong calculation and understanding, strategic understanding. Like, I should have done that. And I'm not trying to use this as an excuse. I'm always trying to overcome it. And it's just frustrating when people just think that you're making excuses. And with chess, it doesn't really matter too much because it's just a game. But in real life, it does. It does matter. It's like people just think that you're making excuses, and then they like either don't hire you, or they hire you, but then they fire you. They're like, hey, like, we gave you this job with this expectation, and you're not fulfilling it. Like, I had a job once in a kitchen at a convalescence home, which is like an old folks home for... It was actually like specifically for people recovering from like surgeries and stuff. It was like a acute rehab center for elderly. But I was working in the kitchen. And it was expected that I was on call. I was only scheduled like 1 or 2 days a week. And then on some of the days, it's like, it was really hard for me to be, it was really hard for me to be on call because at the time I was staying in a homeless shelter and I didn't have a car. I had a bicycle. And I didn't always want to ride my bike to it was like a 30 or 40 minute bicycle ride. That I wasn't always up to doing because not only did I have to ride my bike, yeah, they sucked out my soul, that's it. And most people are able to put up with it, but as an autistic person who has a very specific set of emotional difficulties and functional difficulties, it's just not going to happen. It's just going to kill me. But most people are able to let their soul be sucked out because they have some kind of inner strength.
Concentrate on the finger or you will.
Yeah, quiet quitting is definitely a thing. And that's a lot of that's because of COVID and just the rise of technology. Honestly, there's really no reason why humans even need to work at all anymore, for the most part, because of like artificial intelligence and like robots. Like literally, like if we just adjust the way we think about society and we stop caring so much about what labor people can give instead of thinking about like, hey, what's actually important in our life? Do we really need to be forcing people to work 8 hours a day? Probably not. Like, obviously there's ways to contribute to society that have nothing to do with labor. Like, what about like art? like what about like academic thinking? Without this need to like produce some kind of labor. Like with academics, there's this whole political thing where it's like you have to get into academia. There's like this whole like you have to go to a university, you have to get like notoriety, you have to like you get published. It doesn't matter how intelligent you are. If people don't take it seriously, it doesn't matter. But obviously, if you publish things that are solid, then you're gonna be fine. But sometimes people just don't take you seriously, and I think it's been getting better. I don't know personally, but I could be completely wrong. But from what I understand, there's been a lot more inclusivity in academia, but there's still a lot to be desired. Women are taken more seriously nowadays, for example, whereas in like the 60s and 70s, and obviously as a woman who's trans people have never been taken seriously. So it's like women have it hard enough, but being a trans woman, oh my fucking god. But nowadays things are different. A little bit. But it's still like a lot of problems. People think that there's a lot of progress. There really isn't that much progress. Still better than zero, but it's hard for people to fully understand because they think that it's like that, people are blowing it out of proportion. Well, the thing is I worry about it all the time too, but you can't let that decide your life because the alternative is worse. At least for me and for a lot of trans people. Because what's better than, either live a shitty life or don't live a life at all. And obviously you want to live. You want to live. There is no alternative. There is no other option. It's either live or, live in suffering or live in more suffering. And if you don't transition and you need to, you're going to suffer. There's no, obviously everybody has their own understanding of themselves. Some people are, for some reason or another, able to get through their life without transitioning. And, good for them. They might be miserable, but at least some people are able to do it. I couldn't live my life without transitioning. I just couldn't. And it doesn't make me weak. I don't know why I put the knight in front. Oh. Yeah, you can always, you don't have to tell me either. You know, if you really feel comfortable, you can DM me, it's fine. But honestly, you know, don't ever feel obligated. But if it makes you feel better to talk about it, my DMs are open. You don't have to talk about it publicly. I usually do, for myself, but, you know, that's me. Yeah, I mean, because it's like, think about it this way, and I don't know personally, obviously, for obvious reasons, but think about it from the point of view of, like, possibly, like a black person, right? A black person isn't going to stop being black, right? That there's no matter how you slice it, like, they're gonna be black. So society isn't fair for black people. You can't just stop being black. And I know it's so easy for people to dismiss trans people because technically we can hide, but we can't. There is no hiding. Because if you hide, you forfeit your life. And if you don't forfeit your life, you forfeit your mental health entirely. And it's already, like, very well known and established. So it's like... But technically, you could, like, you know, hide. But that's not living. But, you know, for example, you know, it's like, you know, you can do your part to make life worth living. And that might be personal, or it might be active, you know, it might be activism. Some people choose activism. In fact, a lot of people choose activism. And the reason why there's so many trans activists is because there has to be. Because there's really not many options for trans people to exist except for fighting for our existence. And there's a few other things, but it's all a fight. But don't let that stop you from doing what you know you need to do. And I'm going to tell you this from experience. You do not want to pretend like everything will go away, because it never will. It'll never go away. You might keep yourself occupied. You might be able to, like, you know, be okay for a while. But at some point, it's going to come crashing down. And it's probably going to be worse than if you just started transitioning in the first place. Obviously with the care of a doctor and with your own needs in mind. Which your own needs might be different than mine. Might be completely different than mine. Some people might just want to socially transition. And that's for you and your doctor to figure out. Your care team. Yeah, that's a knight checkmate. Only... You know... I kind of did that one myself, didn't I?
You ever have that feeling where you're not sure if you're awake or still dreaming?
Damn it. Fuck. I just like fucking gave up a bishop.
Feeling dreaming. But I will tell you right now, even though it's really scary, even though being trans like basically gets rid of all your social currency. Like virtually all of your social currency goes out, out the window. No, people don't take you seriously. People think you're weird or gross. People even might be frightened of you. You know, you can't change other people. But I have to tell you right now that I have never been happier in my entire life than when I started transitioning. Even with all of that. So it is worth it, because the alternative is not living. Living like a ghost. Or, you know, putting your actual life at risk. So I just hope that you can be strong enough, because I wasn't strong enough for like 13 years. And I wish I was. I wish I knew that it was possible to be happy. Because if I had known how I was able to, if I had known how much better I would feel about life, if I had known, there'd be no question I would have started. But, you know, I'm going through it now. So instead of going through it then, I'm going through it now. But I will say, you know, there's only so many years you have in life, and, you know, don't wait until later. That's generally a good rule in life. What? Okay. What a loser. Okay. What a loser. Oh my goodness. Literally making an entire account just to do that. Yeah, I mean, put things in perspective. Like, who's the loser here? Me or the person who makes an account just to hate me. Like it's like me, the person who's just living her life. Minding my own business, trying to make good content, trying to chill with her viewers. Who's the real loser here? It kind of helps putting things in perspective. Anyway, I'm not gonna give them any more airtime. It's like, what the fuck? That was really weird, champ. Get some weird champs in chat. I don't know if there are any. I'm not, obviously not on my channel. If you have them. There's this one. Oh shit, I should not have that one. Fuck. That emote does not age well. Oh my god. That emote does not age well. I need to like unfollow him immediately. If you, in case you don't know, there's a lot of Twitch drama revolving that person named Crazy Slick. He's literally guilty of, you know, performing, you know, SA. I'm gonna like make sure like I unfollow, block, like whatever. I don't know how he's not banned. Like he actually streamed 9 days ago? Isn't that when all this started? I don't know if he was streaming while the shit was going on. Oh, that was during a subathon, so maybe he was towards the end. Either way, unfollow. Like, unfollow, report. I don't know how he hasn't been banned. Hopefully I'm not subbed to him. How do I just completely cancel my subscription? How do I, like, remove it? Like, was I gifted or... Yeah, I'm gonna... disable gift benefits. There we go. Disable gift benefits for Crazy Slick. There we go. Yeah, fuck that guy. You know, before I knew what was going on... Before I knew what was going on with him, I actually liked him. And it's really kind of a huge betrayal when somebody acts like shitty. Not to me, another streamer, he like assaulted a woman. It's been, I don't know how you're not aware. How are you on Twitch and not aware of the stuff that's been going on? There's been a whole bunch of stuff going on, and like a bunch of allegations about like Mizkif like covering it up and Maya, and there's this whole thing going on. The whole internet's talking about it. Well, the whole Twitch internet is talking about it. Yeah, it's probably a good thing you don't follow Twitch like that. Honestly. It's just I follow it because I'm a streamer, you know. It's kind of important to me to know what's going on. I don't like being oblivious. Yeah, it's not really about that. It's just literally like 2 years ago, there was a party and the guy, like, sexually assaulted a woman. So, like, that's not drama. That's literally like a crime. I don't know why he's not banned yet. They're supposed to ban based on off-site behavior, like off-platform behavior. Multiple women have come forward. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff going on with it. He's already been kicked out of the guy's house, out of Mizkif. But now it's like people are saying Mizkif's career might be over because of how he responded with Maya. They like kind of like try. People are out, like, like basically they shouldn't have done this, and I think it was a huge mistake. That being said, I don't think they should be canceled for it. There's much worse things that people do that they don't get canceled for. So it's kind of ridiculous that people are holding them to such a high standard. Basically, they went over, when Adriana Lee, the woman, who was, the victim, she wanted to make a twit longer. She was going to make a statement and tell her story of like what happened. And basically Mizkif and Maya like went over and like talked to her, which could be seen as like a huge way of like trying to manipulate the situation. And I'm pretty sure that, I mean, that it's pretty damn obvious that that's what happened. Even if it was like slightly, even if I don't think it was malicious in intention, but it was pretty bad. And regardless of the intention, it's still malicious. It's still pretty much a power dynamic that's being used. That being said, I don't think it's extremely like, I don't think, Miz and Maya should have their career destroyed just for doing that. It's a terrible thing, and I think they've acknowledged that it was wrong. And I think showing change and showing remorse, even the covering up part, I can, maybe that's the most irredeemable one, is because that's recent. Because this was like a year ago that they started, because the thing happened like 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. And then she came forward with part of the story. She didn't actually explicitly tell them that it was sexual assault. In fact, apparently she dismissed it. She's like, oh, I was drunk, whatever. And it's like, she had to be like, she had friends like, talk to her and like remind her that like, hey, like, it was sexual assault. And it's like, so it's like one of those things where it's like, yeah, okay, well, they tried to downplay the situation a year ago. Well, then how come they didn't come forward about it like immediately? Like as soon as people started talking about the situation and people started making the allegations, they could have owned up to it. They said, hey, like, we fucked up. We either on purpose or maybe just because we were freaking out about the situation, made the wrong move. But, they could have just said we fucked up. And, I think they would be less canceled that way. Because, I mean, I think they would still be, like, somewhat of a problem in their career. But at least I think people they would have at least, like, gotten it out in the open. But I don't know. They're at a kind of a stage in their career where it's like, there's things at play that, like, I don't think, if I was in their situation, if I was in a situation where I was going to be canceled and stuff like that, I don't know how I would respond because, I would try to defend my actions because I don't want to lose my career or something like that. So, but, it is pretty selfish. But I think at the end of the day, people do act in their own best interest. So, I don't think anybody could agree that it's what they did was okay. But even if they did it, which it's pretty obvious they did, like downplay the situation, then where do we go from there is the real question. And I think that people have done much worse things in life. People have actually, obviously Crazy Slick did something worse. He actually did the assault. But there's people who've committed murders. There's people who've committed other crimes, you know? And should we wholesale cancel them and give them no chance to live a life? I don't think that's the case. I think everybody should be able to contribute to society. Now, whether or not we accept those people personally into our lives, that's a different story. Everybody has the decision whether or not they have someone in their life. But whether or not someone, you know, I don't know. It's kind of a weird situation because they're public figures, and so a lot of it is like they have to be, if their actions leave a bad taste in people's mouth, then how can they really have a career? So I don't know. There's a lot of stuff that goes into it. Fuck. Okay, I'm not gonna play Blitz anymore. Okay, I'm done. I'm done for today with Blitz. It's a waste of time right now. It's too fast. Thanks for the games. Like I'm just like I'm making like terrible mistakes like over and over and over. And I'd rather go play at least like an arena right now. Let's play the rapid arena, 10-minute games. Just kind of playing the pairing pool. I mean, in a tournament. Thanks for the games. I'm sorry, like I got a little bit. It's the subject matter, but it also like I'm just getting kind of tilted by how many mistakes I'm making. It's just ridiculous. I don't like. It feels gross. Like I feel embarrassed. Let me pause for a second. I need to eat too. Yeah, I mean, honestly, none of this has anything to do with me. It's just like, I don't know, I get really angry at myself for making stupid mistakes in chess and in life. And it's really frustrating because it's counterproductive. You know, I need to just like kind of, and I have been making a lot of progress. Where I kind of just like, you know, slow down, take a deep breath, and just kind of like move past the emotional response. But it is difficult when you continue to make mistake after mistake after mistake after mistake, ones that you know that you shouldn't be making, especially on chess when it's like, why am I allowing these forks? Why am I like, I'm just stupid. And then everybody who's playing me is like, why are you so stupid? Yeah, thanks for the games. Get some rest. Rings of Power. Nice. And it's like, I think... And just remember, obviously, you're also a much stronger player than me, so there's that too. Yeah, you got to be more quiet. What do you mean me? You can use headphones. It's not my responsibility to be quiet for your brother. It's your responsibility. What the hell? That's ridiculous. Oh no. God damn it. Ah! Yeah, it's some salad. It's like spinach, eggs, radishes, or like onions, and like... I don't think there's radishes. Yeah, I think there's like... Yeah, there's radishes. It's like an egg, spinach, radish, onions, quinoa, and kidney beans. Like I said before, I do get I get weekly deliveries from a food service that helps. Like I had to get you have to qualify for it through a doctor. They make specially formulated meals for diabetics and other people who qualify. So it's very healthy food. It's helped get my blood sugar under control. I'm not gonna say what company because they're like local. What am I thinking? Oh. Uh-oh, what have I done? Just need to take... It's like my brain is broken. My brain is fucking broken. Like, stupid. Yeah, usually. It's just really hard to do sometimes. A lot of it's just like, it's a really kind of messed up situation I'm in. A lot of times I'm just pretty much trapped in my room. For one reason or another. Because like sometimes I get scared of leaving. Sometimes I'm just tired. And like people say, oh, go out for a walk, go out exercise. And it's like, well, I'm pretty tired from exercising all week. From my bike riding. It's like I can't always just go out and exercise. Like I have a finite amount of energy, you know? I mean, I'm gonna try to play some more, but I am getting towards, like, you know, the end of the stream. We've been streaming for 4 hours. I just wanted to make sure I played some longer games, because it's like, it's so easy to play, like, a ton of, like, Blitz games with, like, PR Kid. But I really don't want to just play Blitz games. In fact, I'm trying to avoid Blitz entirely, so I'm really just indulging PR Kid. Not that it's bad for me to play Blitz, just I'm trying to change my habits about chess. I think it's actually fine with him because he's a stronger opponent. So I can, like, you know, he'll punish my moves, which is good. But I feel like mostly I need to be playing longer games when it comes to just like playing random opponents. People equal to or slightly stronger or slightly weaker. Like, ideally, everybody I play should be absolutely equal. Hmm. Yeah, I think just retreating probably be best. Oh. Yeah, I think this might be my last game of the day. Oh, we got a stream sniper. Nice. Well, at least we got one win. Wait. Yeah, I mean, that's good to have a win. You know, sometimes just like you get so many losses, it's good to get a win. I'm getting pretty tired though. I'm gonna have to head out. It's been 4 hours. Yeah, thank you all for stopping by. Thank you for the games. I know P Arcade isn't here anymore, but thank you so much for the games. Really getting some good chess puzzles and chess games in. I'm really getting serious again about chess, and you know, I got a chess book to read, and you know, obviously gonna take a break before I read it today because I already did my chess puzzles and stuff. So that's for later today, or usually, like, I don't know, I'll usually do the book work like later on, like wait a few hours, you know, because I just did 4 hours of like chess puzzles. A little bit of a lesson for some beginners, which kind of helps me kind of focus a little bit of what I'm doing, so. And then also playing a bunch of bullet games, and then a bunch of blitz games, and then a few rapid games. I tried my hardest. It's just really hard to focus when you're like not 100% feeling like focused. Obviously on stream it's always going to be hard to focus, but I think it's a good, you know, I don't know, I think it's still worth it to stream, because I can like record my thoughts, and also I just enjoy streaming. I'll be live tomorrow morning, fresh, get plenty of rest. Thanks for the follow. What dude? What dude? What dude? What dude?
Yeah. What do you want, dude? I'm just kidding. Welcome to the stream. I'm actually heading out, so see ya. Bye.